Okay. Yeah, I'm way late today. I just didn't really realize the time, and I ate a little bit late and stuff. Um, through nobody's fault. It's just the way it happens sometimes. And my sound going all right? Something should say, "Oh, am I speaking?" Okay, yeah. There's a big delay. I don't know, still think the audio quality is kind of not very good, and I'm not sure if it's the microphone because all I'm using is a Logitech C922 ProStream webcam, 1080p. You know, so I'm not sure if it's bad or not uh, because of that. I always thought it sounded pretty good, but I'm on Linux now, and it's very possible there might be some differences in the way sound is handled. In fact, I have a wireless mic setup, and it didn't sound good at all on here. It had all kinds of hissing noise and all kinds of weirdness to it. So I'm not even sure why it did that. Or it doesn't really do that on Windows, but it might be partly because of what I'm using. I'm using Linux Mint Debian Edition instead of regular. I'm not or using Ubuntu itself for some of the various other um, flavors of Linux. So, and I'm going to be eventually going to be switching to Linux Mint proper, which is basically the one based off of Ubuntu instead of the one based off of Debian. But that'll be for a little while yet. I have a disk image that I've created, virtual disk image, and probably on Sunday I'll test that out and see if that works. I have a whole thing as far as because I have to, if I end up wiping my SSD, I'll have to reinstall Linux, and so I wanted a working version of my system as it is in a virtual machine so that I can um, so I can what was I saying? Oh yeah, uh, a working version so that if anything flubs, I can use it, or I can restore it back to the way it was when I made the disk image. Anyways, that's not really important. What is important is that I pull up Redot for first. Let's go to Redot. And let's pump that up here. And okay, so yesterday I haven't posted links to this anywhere just yet. I'll probably do that throughout the stream or what's left of the stream here. I'm gonna have about 3 hours today total. You know, I take my break at 1:30 to 2, and then 2 to 3:30, so it'll only be a max of 3 hours today. But if you notice here, these are all stacked one on top of each other, which is fine. Um, and then I'm going to make some sample rooms. I did this yesterday and it kind of screwed up and it wasn't working, and so I tried to restore it. Tried to restore it using GitHub desktop, and somehow I did something wrong and it managed to put the wrong thing on there. But uh, fortunately for me, I had a copy of the file actually in a text editor just in case, something like this happened, which it did. I was able to restore it to this point. So, um, to add some new rooms, I can go in there and, we'll see. This is kind of interesting here. Anyways, okay, so yeah, I gotta, here, let me take this off. I've got to add a couple of sample rooms here, and still contemplating whether or not I want to keep the main menu as a scene file, scene file. That is just a menu. And this is the menu. It doesn't have anything visible to it. I could almost make it a proper menu. I could put a couple of labels and use Redot to actually start up. I'm still thinking about doing that. I wanted to keep in the scene loading, the scene files, just in case later I was gonna add a bunch of stuff for that. There's my face. I guess that means I should probably actually switch to desktop instead of going to webcam. There we go. Um, yeah. Okay, so let's open this up and let's move this over to there we go. That's okay. There we go. And chat's working fine, I guess. And let's see. Okay, I'm not sure about that. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I have to make some sample rooms here, hierarchy, and then I will need to find a way of placing them horizontally so that they correspond to, first, all the children have got to be centered underneath the parent, which these are, but I don't have any like branches or anything. So, but they need to be spaced. They need to be centered under their parent, and then I need enough room uh, for the uh, for the siblings. So if I have one here and I have two underneath it that are side by side, um, and then this one has two down there, and that's on that side, and one on this side, or vice versa. So it needs to be able to spread out each of the um, it needs to be able to spread out each of the children here. And I need to start a new Grok conversation probably. Either that or do it myself. If I do it myself, I have to kind of brute force it. Anywho, let me pull up this so that I can actually, and then this here. Yeah, let's minimize that. Okay. So, just a second. Let's see. That's that, and that's that. Okay, and then mean green is 77. Yeah. Okay. Making sure everything looks good here. Since nobody's chatted in here yet that I know of. Refreshing the restream page. Okay. All right. So let me copy this part, and I'll put that into RC, and then I will go back to working And that. All right, so for right now, let's go to the next thing I was going to do. I'll minimize that. And I won't worry about Grok just yet. But what I will do is rooms and okay, so let me think for a second. Room one's gonna have a new door. Level 2. Yeah, level 2, room 1. I'm not messing with the main menu scene. So level 1. Wait a second. Level 2, room 1. Let's open up level 1 because level 1 is going to actually have the child. The extra door. So this one will have 2 doors. This one will have a room 2. So let's save as. Okay. Level 2, room 1. Level 2, room 2. Cast 1. And the parent is level 1, room 1. And that should be okay, right? Let's call this room 2. That's fine. Name test 1. Description. We'll just hit 0 to quit. Oh, darn you. Testing room 1. 0 to quit. Doors. Do I want to get rid of the doors or do I want to give it a... Let me think for a moment. Want to give it a child? I'll go ahead and give it a child. So, door ID 1, choice 1, that's fine. Then this is going to be a different... Let me think for a second. I mean, it'd work to go there, but I don't want to do that. I want it to do its thing, so I'm going to need level 3. Let's see, let's look at the thing again here. Okay, so this is going to have 2. So there's going to be 2 here. It's only going to be 2 here, right? So it's the door to level 2. Now, level 1, Okay. Right. Okay. So right now I'm just trying to think of I'm trying to think of how I want my layout. I have to kind of do the layout in my head. I actually don't really need the layout in my head. I don't know, I could sketch it in something like GIMP or something if I wanted to. But so let's here. Let's go in here. Let's open. Okay, so this is level one, room one, right? It's going to have a second door choice. In fact, let's go ahead and put that in there. See? Control V, and I need a comma there, like so. And this has got to be door two, choice two. And we'll do is we'll say /n/n hit 2 if you want to go test room 1. Okay, so 2 and 2, and this is going to be level 2, room 2, and this is going to be test 1. That's 1, like so. Okay, so that's good. Now this is actually going to go to level 3, but it's going to go to level 3, room 3, no, room 2, test 2, and level 2, room 1. So I have to create that file. So I have to do another level 3 room. So where's the level 3? Right here. Open that up. File, save as. Level 3, room 2. Test 2. Alright. Save that. Now level 2, level 2, room 1. Okay, that's the parent, that's correct. No. Level 2, room 2 is the parent. Um, yeah, it's kind of making this tricky. Maybe this will be super tricky too when I actually get it working and am able to make extra rooms here. Level 3 room 2 is off of level 2 room 2, right? Name test 2, just make sure it's the same. Uh, Let me think for a moment. Actually, let's I'll start over. I should create the door first and then I create the room after. Okay. Got it. Here, let's do something else. Delete. These two. Let's delete this. Okay. So that's all right. All right. I'll redo it, but I'll do it after the fact just to make it easier on myself. And give me another second while I oh, I didn't put 77 up here. And also didn't put the I do have the correct things here. Okay. So these are going to be for Discord. Control C. Let's bring the Discord up here. Discord. Dishcloth. Let me bring dishcloth up here. That's what I'm gonna make something just like Discord, only it's going to be clean, like no swearing or anything, and I'll call it dish clean, dish clean. And obviously I'm just kidding. Let me find out what this stupid thing is. Hold on. Okay, so let's go. Wait a second. Where are we at? Where am I at? Okay, there we go. There I am. Here I am. Here I is. Um, yes. Let's go ahead and paste. Wait, I am in discussion. All right, and let's do this. Why? Copy. There. All right, and paste. Enter. Paste. Paste. Enter. Paste. Enter. And almost there. Almost there. TIG source. Paste. Enter. Paste. Wait a second. I don't want to paste it there. I want to go into stream share. There we go. I don't want to clog up other channel. Eventually, I'm going to figure out a way to streamline this somehow. Wait a second. What's going on here? 75. I didn't even post 76 in there yesterday. And I wonder if I can do 77 here. Alright. Well, I mean, that's the way that goes sometimes, right? Okay, now let's go back to the thing here. I'll put in those other links in later. Okay. So let's open level 2. Okay, so this is level 1, room 1. All right, let's open level room. We have door 2, level 2, room 2, test 1. So I'll just call it this. We'll save as that. Level 2, room 2, test 1, right? So level 2, room 2. And its parent, level 1, room 1, right? Test 1. Let's see. First test. If you wish to go to the next test room. Okay. So level 1 is going to split off in between 1 and 2. Level 2 is going to have a child. Level 2, room 2's parent. Wait. Sorry, I'm just confusing myself, of course. Hit 1 if you wish to go to the next test room. No, hit 2. Okay. No, door 2. Door 1. Level 2, room 2. Um, I know, I'm having kind of a hard time, I guess. Because I'm doing the right branch instead of left branch first. So level 2 is going to go to level 3. Level 3, level 3 might be room 3. Level 3, room 3. That's where I'm tripping up here. So level 3, room 3. We'll make that test 3. Level 2, room 2, test 1. This is the first test 1. This will be the third test 1. The second test 1 will actually be off of the other. Okay, so level 2, room 2. No. Okay, file. Open. go by type. Level 1, room 1. No. Yeah, level 1, room 1. That's the first one. Level 2, room 1. Level 2, room 2 is test room. Right. That's level 2, room 1. Let's open that up. And we're just going to put this over here. Okay. Level 2, level 1, room 1. And this parent's got to be level 1, room 1, which it is. And the ID is level 2, room 2. These are both level 2s, 1 and 2. Go to the next test room. Okay, this is where I go level 3, room 3, test 3. Because I'm also going to have a test 2, right? All right. This is correct. The parent is... Okay, so the parent is going to be this one, which is level 2, room 2. This is going to be this parent. Test 3, room 3 is going to be the child of level 2, room 2. Okay. It's going to be the child of the first test one. This is actually the third test. And it's the third because it's horizontally, it's the third. Because I'm going to actually... See, this is level 2, room 1. I'm going to give it a separate choice as well. So it does 2 branching. So this does 2 branching. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Okay, this does the branching to room 3. I don't have room 3 yet, right? Level 3, room 2. This is going to have a separate to level 3, room 2. Alright, let's do that. Let's add the actual extra choice. Comma. V. Okay. Number 2. Choice 2. Level 3, room 2. Test 2. Level 2, room 1 is the parent, right? This is level 2, room 1. Oh, okay, level 2, room 1, level 1, room 1. Right, the parent. The doors here are level 3, and the parent is level 2, room 1, which is current. This is the same thing. Level 2, room 1 is the parent. Level 3, room 2 is the second child. Okay. /n, hit 2, if you wish to go to test 2. Okay. Now the other thing is I need to make a level 3, room 2. Alright? Level 3, room 1. So, okay. 3, test 3. That's this current one. That's this current one. So far, I should only have a single test 1. Then I need test 2 and test 3. Um, let's okay, so level. Okay, so this is level 1. Wait, this is level 1. Level 2, room 1, room 1. Level 3. Yeah, I am just confusing myself. Level 2, room 2 is the first test, right? Okay, and it has one door, which will be level 3, test 3. Level 3, room 3, test 3. Level 3, room 2, test 2. So we have 2 level 2s, right? Okay, let's copy. Actually, let's copy and paste, right? Let's rename that. We're actually going to level 3. No. Level 3, room 2, test 2. Copy out. Okay, and we need to copy and paste. We need to rename it. And 3, test 3. The parent should be let me think for a second, because I think I'm missing something here. Level 2, room 2, test 3. This is going to be, rename this to level 2, room 2. It's the parent. Level 2, room 1. Level 2, room 2. No. Rename. That'd be an easier way to test this out. This is ridiculous. Okay, so let's see if I got this straight. This is going to split off into these 2 rooms. Test Resort Max Closer and Test 1. This is going to be level 2, room 2 as the parent to Test 3. Okay? This is level 2, room 1. Each child is going to be level 3, room 1. Level 3, room 2. So its parent's going to be level 2, room 1 as its parent. That's correct. Okay, so now all I need to do is basically go off based off of the names. So I think I'm right. Okay. So this is level 3, room 2. Level 3, room 2. Parent. Level 2, room 1. Level 2, room 1. Level 3, room 2. Level 2, room 1. This name has got to be test 2. Second test. This is not going to have a door. It doesn't have a door. This has no door. Like so. So level 2, level 3, room 2, test 2. Parent is level 2, room 1. His name's test 2. Second test, there's no doors. It's a dead end. Okay. Now actually let's copy this because we're going to do kind of the same thing. Copy. Level 3, room 3. 3, test 3. Level 3, room 3. The parent is level 2, room 2. 2, room 2. This one is test 3. Third test. And we don't need that because it's a dead end also. So we don't actually need doors. Level 3, room 2. Level 3, room 3. Level 2, room 1 is the parent. Level 2, room 2 is the parent. Test 2, test 3. Third test, 0 to quit. Dead ends, dead ends. And this one is not a dead end. Level 2, room 2. Right, level 2, room 2 goes to level 3, room 3. Right? Where that goes to dead end. Okay. And this is level 2, room 1. It's got two choices. You can either go to test 2 or home research. Now, does it mean it will work? I don't know if it means it will work because I probably got something wrong in here somehow. This is level 1, room 1. Parent. Also a room. Okay. So it should come down to the welcome. It should have two choices, 1 and 2. 1 will go to 3, like normal. 1 will also go to 2. 2 test 2. All right, I guess let me see if it works. if I have everything, save scene. We'll just see if it works. Oh, it does work. Okay. Levels. Level 1 menu. That's alright. And actually, since it's a 0 thing, it's actually 0, so that's actually fine. Level 1 has welcome. Level 2 has room 1 and room 2. Level 3 has room 1, room 2, which is test 2, and room 3, which is test 3. Level 4, and level 5. That is correct. Now, let's actually play the game and see if let's play the game and see if that works though. I don't have any way to get back, but that's kind of okay. 1, hit 2, first test. Third, okay, I got something wrong, didn't I? Okay. Third test. No, that's actually not wrong, is it? Because that was okay. So we go to 1 start. We go to 2, the welcome screen. This has 2. Hit 2 if you wish to go to. Oh, 1 to start, and or 2 to hit test room 1. So it should say first test. So 2 should be first test. Oh, and third test would be if I hit 1, it should be third test. And that's actually correct. All right. Now let's restart it. I don't have any way of going back through just because right now I just haven't programmed it in, basically. This is almost kind of the way it's supposed to be. Not exactly though, because they're supposed to space out, not just in between. In fact, I can add that manually if I want. But what's going to happen is, well, the first of these all get spaced out so that they have the spaces in between them. But that's not the big deal. The big deal is that what we do is we keep moving this out to the right that ways, until we can line them up directly one under the other. And as far as how far this moves just until we can do that. And that means that this moves the same amount this way to the left. But it's got to take these other 2 with them in order to maintain the center relationship. And then it's got to go down here, and this has to go directly into this, and this goes directly into this. So it's not quite what I want to do yet here, but now let's test the other thing. And honestly, I could probably have made a door that goes back up. I can actually have a door that goes up the tree if I want to, but I didn't want to, so I wanted to start. Wish to go to test 2. Second test. That works fine. Okay, so in general, these work fine. But okay, so let's do the one thing that I was going to do here, which is okay. Now that we got all this crap out of the way, let's go back to the editor map script and level height, base X. Okay, level Y, okay, that's not what we want. Total width equals level size minus 1. Level size times panel width. Start x equals base x minus total width divided by 2. Name and level. Let's see, it's panel width. I'm trying to figure out what I want here, or how I want to do this here. Let's see if there's anybody in here in the chat. Hey, JP. Person turquoise waving. That's where that person. I see. Let me see here. Oh, I see. I'm watching the restream chat, and all it says is person dash turquoise dash waving, and then it's got a colon, but it actually shows up as a what emoji or a little icon in the actual YouTube chat because you're in the YouTube chat. So at first I didn't understand what that, how come it said person turquoise waving, but it's actually the name of the little icon that you put into the chat. That's kind of cool. Anyways, JP, I don't know if you're still watching or still listening, but I am working on positioning the levels in the 2D layout here. For one thing, these need spaces here, depending on how many. Yeah, it's their wave emoji. Yeah, right. It's just kind of weird. It doesn't show up in a restream, I guess, just because it's restream is restream, whatever. But actually, I have YouTube and I got Rumble open in 2 tabs, and occasionally I'll drop in and check and see if everything is looking good. Yeah, I can see that there pretty good too. Yeah, and it's the same one as in the YouTube one, which is, I guess, because it uses emojis, right? Maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's a setting in Restream to allow that. It actually ought to. Let's see, stream embed chat. Copy this link into your streaming software like OBS display chat as a stream overlay. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Well, I'll have to do that later because I don't want to mess with stuff like that right now. Okay, so I mean, this is pretty good. This is actually what Grok came up with at one point, and but I still need to modify the spacing a little bit. For instance, so they should all be lined up to the center, which is kind of what this is doing, right? It's got both of these rooms center aligned. But and then it's got these two center aligned, but level 2 room 2 and level 3 room 3 are not aligned. They should be aligned directly. So that means I have to move these out, both of these out, until there's enough room for this to be lined up with the middle of this. And then these other ones down here actually come off straight off of here, like that. So yeah, it looks like a graph node representation. Right, exactly. I'm going to use that to lay out because right now I can actually grab, like I can grab and move this, right? And I can put it wherever I want. But each time I load them back in, it should repopulate the graph. It's just for me. It's not for the it's not for the player. It's so I can see the layout of all of my rooms together right now. So in essence, this is the way it should look here. Let's move this. Let's move this over like so. Let's move this over and this over. In the end, this is what it's going to resemble here. It's going to look like that, and then that's correct. I mean, other than the fact that they're not exactly close, kind of like they're supposed to be, more like, you know, that. Here, let's see if I can line this up properly. This is what it's supposed to look like, and then this moves out just enough to where that means I can actually move this in closer. In fact, let's move them in here to where they're about the same place they're supposed to be in there. Like that, and then like that. So that isn't quite right, but you kind of get the idea anyways. uh, it's supposed to look kind of similar to this, a little bit similar. Like these should be like that. Um, I move this out a little bit, then I move these out a little bit. Here. Anyways, yeah, something close to that, where the parents are moved, kind of widened out to the point of where they can all fit on the line together, basically, and still be centered to the parent, basically. So, and I was getting Grok to actually do this. Here, let's reload. So I got Grok to do this part here like this, but I still need to continually space out the parents to where each set of child nodes is centered to the parent node. So at first I was thinking I would do this myself because I was having problems with Grok yesterday, but might even take a little bit more than I can think of, because what I have to do is I have to go. Uh, you have to reposition the children, and then you reposition the parents, and then you reposition children again. And I'm not really sure how to go about that. I know I know I could figure it out eventually, but it would take me a ton of trial and error, a lot more than it would if I was using the AI. So we're gonna try to use the AI here in a sec. But first, what I need to do is, let's see, let's go to X. I need to actually go ahead and put this up on X. I got a ton of notifications. I don't care about notifications right now. Let's just go to communities and open these communities like so. And then I'll get ready to post. Go ahead and post in each one. And then let's go ahead and let's add that one, and let's add that one. And then I go to my file. Where is it at? It's not here because I closed it, didn't I? Go to recents, stream text, and let me find it. Okay. This. That. Okay. I didn't get around. What the heck? All right. Streaming. Paste. Dev stream 77. I don't know if anybody even watches from here. I don't think they do, but kind of doesn't matter, I guess. And let's go ahead and add this to the save. Okay, I can close that. And then here I can go ahead and hit paste. And paste. And paste. And the bad part is, because of the way that they do the community post thing, you're basically posting to your timeline is what you're doing, and then it posts to these communities. Well, actually, you know what? I gotta look at my posts because I might be able to do these all at once to where it posts to all three of them. I wonder if it's using the at tags for that. Because right now, technically speaking, I am cross-posting, and to be able to post something more than once, it's got to be slightly different each time. Wait, is that the right one? Venture? Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, so paste. Let's add a little bit of a deal here. And because really I am sending it to the three communities, but in order to get it in the three communities, I have to post it 3 times. But each has got to be slightly different than the last. Do something like that usually, and then we'll just post this directly. Now if I go here to Redot, or actually let's go to my profile. How does it read at my profile? Let's promote. I mean, right now I've got a Premium Plus for a little while. I'm doing it monthly because this might be just, money sink or whatever. But what's promote do? I don't want it actually charging me extra money. Here, let's see something here. Promote do on x.com. Increase its reach, promote post is easy, provide tools. Promote your posts. Do the X advertise, tap next. I'm definitely not going to do that, that's for sure. Cancel. Don't promote. Yeah, I don't want to do anything because I'm not actually paying for my Premium Plus subscription. I don't want to spend any extra money or anything here. That's okay. I don't need to do that. But see, the thing is I'm posting this 3 times, and so it actually squawks when you do that. But I can only post. I can't cross post those to uh, other communities. I got 3 communities that I post my links to. Anyways, that's good. And let's just go ahead and move this over. Move it over here. Yeah. Uh, just a second. Beat wirefall do. That's it. And like to reply. Even broke, you still have them. A bicycle. Uh, butter. All right. Keep on replying to like nonsense stuff there in here, let's refresh this. See now, if I don't refresh the restream, then it gets way out of sync, and then once I refresh it, I lose all the chat stuff. So all of the chat stuff here in YouTube, it's still there in YouTube, and any chat that happens to be in Rumble is still there, but it's no longer restream, so I'm no longer seeing what you had previously said. You don't have to retype it or nothing like that. I'm just mentioning that. Here, let me put it on the screen here. So this is restream, right? And this is the chat. Now, your chat showed up in here before I refreshed. It's still up in here on YouTube, and then Rumble has its own chat. Nobody's ever chatted in my Rumble channel, so. But at least a few people are watching it from Rumble, which is cool. And then, so what I end up doing to make sure that it's caught up is I have to reload. And then I go back to the chat, and then the chat's gone again. Okay. What? I'm wasting time, right? Wasting time. I can probably toss this because I don't need it. Okay. So the question I need to ask myself is, do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? And that's not really the question I'm asking myself. The question I'm asking myself is, do I attempt to let Grok fix it again? I mean, I might do that. In fact, take a current screenshot. Uh, and then I'm going to try something here. Grok is going to go directly x.ai, I guess. That's not what I wanted, though. Grok.com is grok.com. Sign in. It probably won't show anything because I'm already logged into X, and so it'll just ask me if I want to verify. Continue with X. There we go. Authorize. History. Interesting. Okay, so Grok The Grok app is actually synced to the Grok website. Super Grok. Enable search. Browse the web. Sure. Okay, so let's I'll tell you what. Let me do this thing off screen here and go to if it'll work here. Okay. Just a second. I'm reading a text I put in there so I don't have to put it in here again. I use an engine called Redot, which is a fork of Godot 4.3. I'm making an adventure game in phases, starting with choose your own adventure style, and eventually evolving to fully interact, point, and click adventure like you'd play in the early 90s. I've got a framework that basically does what choose your own adventure style does. A room class derived from Node2D that loads rooms from JSON data. I also have a TC loader that loads a room as seen in my room manager script file. A door class can be added as a child to the room class, which has a destination and a choice, usually number stored as a string. So whenever you hit a key, it switches. Maybe I'll just start to type. Okay. So I'm actually using the Grok website for essentially the first time as I've been conversing via. Okay. Oh, they must receive events via sockets, yet don't persist them anywhere. I imagine you want a recursive function to calculate the widest count of child nodes below a node. Then you can add width divided by 2 times max child count per level to the x position of the node. Probably. Let's see something here. Is there a way to get to see it? It's now for you watch it on YouTube. It's whatever the default delay is, like 20 seconds or something. It might even be less. But for me, this is here. Like I'll wave at the camera and see how long it takes for the thing to respond. Now, here I'll just go ahead and. Okay, so I waved. What does Grok do if you ask it for that? What is what exactly what you said, or like like me asking it to space it out? I saw the wave. Oh, you saw the wave. Okay, but if you notice here, my nose is still off screen here, and the wave should be here somewhere. It'll be like minutes because I was minutes in the other tab. So I'm gonna go. So okay, wait. Well, I'm not gonna take that long. I'm not gonna waste the time here. I'm just gonna refresh, and so there we go. Anyways, so like I said, right now it's kind of up to date now, and go back in the chat. The chat's gone from there, and whoops, where'd it go? There we go. Doggone it. It's probably because it's Linux. I got everything in like dark mode, and so dark mode over dark mode. I can't tell where one window starts and the other stops or whatever, or vice versa. Anyways, let me go back to El Graco here. via X about my game, which is going to be a fully interactive point and click adventure, but as I'm doing it in phases, I'm starting with a bit simpler choose your own adventure style. As each phase increases, I will slowly evolve it to add things like a text parser, graphics, etc. Until it's a until it's finished, I guess. Okay. So please, let's see. Please okay. You don't need, nah, let's do this. Please acknowledge before I tell you more. Before I tell you more. Okay, we'll do it like this. If I don't ask it to acknowledge it or whatever, it's gonna start like giving me ideas and stuff or whatever, and I want to fill it in first before that happens. Okay, so firstly, I want you to note the date and time silently, so that whenever I return, I want you to note the date and time silently whenever I enter in a query or text. A query or text. So that the next time I get on it, okay. Because I live stream my game dev every weekday, and then when it's a Friday, I may not return until the next Monday. Alright, because I live stream it, and when it's Friday, I may not. So I want to make sure you know what day and time it is. I usually finish completely around 3:30 p.m. Although sometimes I go over. So if you see a large gap in between entries, you'll know that I was gone for a period of time. Please acknowledge. I'll silently limit date and type of queries. Keep in mind your live streaming schedule. Okay. So I have a basic framework that works. And here's a screenshot of it of the actual game working. I'm going to attach the I'm actually going to upload select file pictures, just my screenshot, because the screenshot hasn't actually changed. And actually, what's that one? It's going to be this one anyways. Okay. Working. Okay. Please acknowledge. And I'm just asking to acknowledge just so that it doesn't like go off and start putting a bunch of stuff. I can see the framework in action. Introductory setting with keyword initial choice prompt. Hit 1. It's a great start. Okay. So basically, I have a room class that can have a number of door objects. The door class just contains the choice. In other words, you're, uh, it's a number corresponding to keys 1 through 9 on the top of the keyboard and on the keypad as well. So when you hit a number, it selects the choice, matches it with the door, and then switches rooms to the destination. Please acknowledge. Acknowledge, I understand. You set up a room. Okay. So the next thing I want to do actually to get it, all I'm doing right now is just trying to get it back up to speed because it doesn't know one conversation from another. In fact, the app and the website share conversation history, but it doesn't share it with X. So X has totally different conversations. So it doesn't know anything until I make it. So what I need to do is I need to go into scripts. Okay. I need to copy them. I need to go back to dev stuff. I need to go to btemps code snippets. Yes. Paste. Let's take these out. Let's delete. And stick these. Let's go ahead and rename them. And we'll say extension only. And find ed. And we want to change it to txt. Rename. Close. And the reason I'm doing the rename on that is because for some reason it's not going to accept the script files. It doesn't know what the files are. So I gotta actually tell it that they're text files. Select files, dev stuff, dev code snippets, there. Open. These are the actual script files. Take particular note of editor map txt. Please editor map.gd. Oh yeah, I have to see something here. Okay. Okay, so I'm using Redot 4.3, which is a fork of Redot 4.3. So I'm using gd script. Please acknowledge that. So interesting. I haven't used Grok. Yeah, I mean it's it's like ChatGPT or whatever. It's similar. You just ask it stuff in natural language daily. Sometimes you have to be kind of specific about what you want, and sometimes you got to tell it that you don't want as much information because it's going to feed you a whole bunch of information. If I say I want to do something, it'll automatically start generating code and start putting stuff, and then it'll explain it. And it'll probably explain it twice because that's what AIs do. For some reason, they tend to repeat themselves. Uh, um, I've taken particular note editor map as referred to. You handle loading organization rooms in your game, setting up visual hierarchy in the editor by loading rooms from both TC and JSON files, building your room tree, positioning them in a level-based layout for easier editing. The other scripts provide the core functionality for uh, room management, door navigation, and visual setup in the game. Let me know how you'd like to proceed. Okay, so um, let's address one more thing. Please acknowledge is fine. Is a bit too long to type. Um, so let's think of it as some sort of command in a hypothetical computer. Let's reduce it to PL. So when I type that, when I type those letters like that, you can take it to mean please acknowledge. PLACK. We're gonna do it like that. Acknowledge. I understand that PLACK will now be used as shorthand command to mean please acknowledge. I'll treat it the same way moving forward. Let me know what's next. Okay. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna provide a okay. I'm gonna clear this out. Why do I have 130? Oh no, it's 130 messages. I see. That's not 130 warnings. Okay. Reload save scene. Then I'm gonna copy this. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and let's go to shoot. Shoot, it's already time for my break now. Just because I did all this stuff. Uh, okay, so JP, it's okay if you can't stay past the break. I'm gonna take a 30-minute break. I always do this. Just today, somehow I managed to start late, and so apologies for starting late. But I need to take my break about now, and then I'll be back at about 2 o'clock my time, which is about essentially 30 minutes from now. So it's half past the hour about right now, and so then on the next hour I'll be back. So 30 minutes. Um, so I'm going on my break, and I'm going to turn off my mic now for just a quick sec, and I'll see you on the other side of the break if you're still here. I did it again. Well, apparently my mic was on, but the background music was off because of the way this stupid thing works. I'm using an older version of OBS, but it's part of the reason I want to install Linux Mint regular. But so the volume controls are to the right instead of to the left, like in the newer ones, and then the mic audio is way on down the list. I don't even know if I can change it. I mean, I might be able to change it, but I don't think I can change the order here, which just makes it kind of annoying. That's weird. So apparently I had the mic on, I guess. That's okay, I'm back now. If anybody cares, I am back. Anybody around? Whatever. Say hello, say goodbye, say whatever. And okay, let's okay. Here's the sample output. Here's the debug output. Enter. B. Also, if you notice the screenshots, first is the is how the layout looks right now. The second shot is me rearranging the rooms to show the layout I want in a cascading waterfall style, where each of the children are centered horizontally directly under the parent's center position, and where each side of the tree is wide enough to fit all children spaced directly under their parent. Okay, so let's do the first screenshot. Let's go to screenshot. Okay, let's go ahead and grab a screenshot. Let's just go ahead and do the whole window. Take screenshot. Copy to clipboard. Go back to Grok. Control B. Okay. Then let's go ahead and maneuver this like I want to. Okay, so first thing I want to do is let's space these out. Something like that. Something like that. And something like that. Now, if I move this just a little bit, and this just a little bit like this, and then I move these to be something like that. And then do here is I move this a little bit further out, just a little bit further out. Then I can move these kind of the same way. I'm going to put them kind of in the center. Just make sure they're in the center. Okay, that's almost it. Then I'm going to do this even further. And that. And then this. Going to be approximately like that. Okay. The thing is, this should be quite like that. So this would be approximately, in other words, this isn't directly in the middle, but there's enough space here, space between there and there, that both of these can remain under their parent. Then this will be directly under its parent, and this will be directly under its parent. This is kind of what it should look like, and it should space them out accordingly. The more children and the more nodes you have. Now, if I want to get them close enough to where it's still in the center, I can go, and actually Grok isn't going to see this. All I'm doing here is I am moving it just enough so that yeah, that's a little bit close. So this should be out just a little bit more. So I'm just trying to space it the way, about the way it should look. Now this needs to be about the same amount of space. And I just got to eyeball it right now. And then these would be the same way. These would be over here. This would be over here. Okay, so that's about how it would look currently. So let's go ahead and do another screenshot. Copy the clipboard. Nope. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy clipboard. Go back to Grok. Control V. Paste. I have 93 plus 3. Okay, so I have 90 more levels underneath that can have up to 19 children per room. Okay, so thanks, JP. So basically, I don't know if you're really reading this closely, but they can have up to 19 children. All that means is, when I started out here, I'm allowing up to 9 choices to correspond with the 9 number keys. That's how you actually enter. And I don't know if you've seen the game in action here. Here, we'll show it to you. Okay, so I have a choice here, and I got two numbers here, right? Now this is the main menu. There's only one choice here. That's one, and exit is always 0. So it's always 1 to 9, and I mapped it to both the regular number keys up the top of the keyboard and the numpad num keys. So it's 1 through 9. So whenever I hit 1, like here, there's two deals here, 1 and 2. So I hit 1 again. I can go to test 2, and I can't do anything else here except for quit. That's how it works. So 9 choices here, and then when I get to phase 2, okay, so I'm doing this in phases. I don't know how much you actually know what I said or whatever, because I don't know if you've actually been in here a couple of times to watch or to look over it. So doing in phases, doing choose your own adventure. The second phase is going to be where I separate the directional choices with the actual choices that you do in the scene. So with them, you're going to have up to 10 directions. So it's like the 8 cardinal directions, and then there's like up and down, which is just a max number. It's not really. It's kind of arbitrary. I may not use up or down, or may not use all of them. I may only use 4 directions. It doesn't really matter. But the deal is a max of 10 directions that you can actually navigate in, and then 9 choices. So that makes 19 possible nodes off of here. So it can have a max of 19 children. That doesn't mean I'm going to use 19 children. I'll barely use more than 2 or 3 per room. Sometimes it can be as much as 5 or more. But I don't even expect that I'm going to have as much as 9. Probably 5 is the most I go, if that, and most of the time it's going to be 2 or 3 choices. I mean, I could purposely make sure it's just binary. It's just 2 each time. I mean, I don't know if that lowers complexity or whatever. Okay, so you kind of know what I'm aiming for. So, but in the in the second phase, I decided to that I wanted to separate the directional, because eventually you're going to be first I'm going to introduce a text parser. That's like way up, like phase 8 or 9, or it's ways up there before I actually do that. But I have a text parser, and you'll eventually be like using the keys to like move around, or when I start introducing mouse support, right? Point and click. Um, you'll be moving by that. So you won't even be moving by keyboard anymore, or you won't be moving by choice anymore. So when I start to do it, I'll probably switch it to, like the arrow keys or the numpad or whatever, just to go in the direction you want to go instead of a specific choice or choice number. So that's why I'm separating them out, because eventually it's the method of interactions can be completely different than what you do in the scene. So right now, up to 19 children you can have, and um, I gave the level 3 digits, so you can have up to 999 levels, and we're discarding 0. 0 means no level. And then so that 999 levels and 2 digits for the room numbers, so you can actually have 99 rooms in each level. Although, like I said, because of the choices, it's going to be 19 rooms, a max of 19 rooms per each level. Like I said, I don't expect to do that many rooms, but I do have 93 levels right now, and I'm gonna eventually split them up, and part of these are gonna be based on part of the other rooms in the same level are gonna be based on some of the text in some of these. Like this is just the welcome screen. This is shows the number of things that happen. Sort of like it's sort of like an intro. This here is like he was walking around his home, examining books, scrolls, and loose papers. Figure out best course of action. He has a large crystal ball you can see into various things, and so uh, some of these will be split up. So in other words, it'll actually collapse it. Cool. But it will actually collapse the levels. So I might not have 93 levels at the end. I might have only half that, but it'll also spread out. So uh, time will only tell, I guess. We'll see when I'm done and how many levels and rooms I have. But so yeah, I'm gonna need to get it to. I'm gonna get Grok to hopefully do this to fix to position this. Okay. The reason I mentioned the extra levels, I'm talking to Grok now. That's why I'm kind of, talking as I'm typing here. The reason I mentioned the extra levels is because there's not a set number of levels. It just depends on how many rooms and what their connections are. Let's see. I could have, okay. You can probably infer how I'm naming the rooms by the characters in the file names. Well, actually, I haven't shown you the file names, but if you look in the screenshots, the full file names of the JSON files are in the file system doc in the Redot editor. So it goes LV for a level, a 3-digit number with leading zeros for a maximum of 999 levels, and for a maximum of 999 levels and a 2-digit room number for a max of 99 rooms. Okay. So I came up with 19 rooms. Max rooms per parent from the 9 choices I give. I have available to me in this phase. Phase 2 separates the directional controls from the in-room and scene choices, which are 8 cardinal directions and 2 vertical. Doesn't mean I will use all of them, but they will be available. it ACK. Oop, let's see what it says. Acknowledge. Let's break this down and adjust the key points you've raised. Overview of current layout and desired changes. Overview of screenshots, the debug output. The first screenshot from earlier shows the game running with a text-based interface, while the second screenshot shows. Okay. Oh, okay. It's able to. Okay, that's cool. Well, okay, so I didn't really tell it to do all this stuff. I wanted to say it, and then I would tell it what I wanted it to know next. But okay, fine, we'll go with this. I'll wait till it's done, and then I'll read it out and see. Recursively based on parent. Okay, that's cool. It has it all highlighted and context colored a little bit. I didn't really tell it to do this, but it's okay. We'll let it go. We'll see. And I'll probably do what I did the last time. I have GitHub, right? And GitHub Desktop handles all of my stuff. But when I tried to revert yesterday, I kind of made a mess of it, and I kind of reverted it back to the earlier version of the day. And what I'd done is I had saved the source file, the editor map .gd script file, and put it into a text file that I didn't actually save to disk. I just put it in the text editor. And then when I messed up, I went and reverted it, and I was back to what I was before I made any of those changes. And so what actually saved me is my old-fashioned way of copying stuff. My old-fashioned way of archiving stuff is just to make a copy on disk and just like save it as with a number behind it. Okay, so let me see what it says. I didn't want it to go through all of this. This is why I wanted. Okay, overview current layout and changes. I reboot both screenshots and the debug output. The first screenshot from earlier shows the game running with text-based interface. Second screenshot shows the Redot 4.3 editor with the editor map GD script in action, displaying the room hierarchy and the 2D layout. The current layout is the second screenshot before your rearrangement. Places rooms in a linear level-based structure where each level's rooms are spaced horizontally based on a fixed panel width and a vertical level height. Okay. In the second screenshot, you've manually rearranged the rooms into a cascading waterfall style where each child room is centered horizontally directly under the parent's center position. The layout widens on each side to accommodate all children, ensuring they are spaced directly under their respective parents. Understanding the room structure naming. From the file system doc and the Redot editor visible in the second screenshot and the debug output, I can infer the naming convention for your rooms. Format LVXXX RMYY description PLVAA RMBB.json. Level LV.XXS, level number with a 3-digit format. Levels LV001 for level 1 up to LV999 for level 999. RMYY, room number within the level with a 2-digit format. RM01 for up to RM99 for room 99. Description, descriptive name. Parent level and room indicates the parent is in level 1, room 1. Right. The debug output shows the current room tree with 6 levels, starting with and branching out to rooms. You mentioned there could be up to 90 more levels, potentially 96 levels total based on the current 6 levels shown. Each room can have up to 19 children. However, the current phase, you're limited to 9 choices, so the maximum number of children per room is 9 for now. Phase 2, you plan to separate directional controls from in-room choices, which could increase the number of possible connections. Good. Go modify the layout. You want to modify the editor map.gd script to achieve the cascading waterfall layout automatically, ensuring each child is centered under its parent. The layout widens to fit all children with proper spacing. The system can handle a dynamic number of levels, up to 999 based on naming convention, and up to 19 per children per room, although currently limited to 9 due to the choice system. Analyzing current editor map.gd positioning line, let's look at the relevant section of editor map.gd that handles positioning. Step 4, position rooms. Right. So this is just basically my text, my code. This code positions room level by level, calculates the total width of each level based on the number of rooms and the panel width. Centers the level horizontally by setting start x to base x minus total width divided by 2. Places each room in the level at current x, incrementing by panel width for each room. This results in a linear, evenly spaced layout per level, which doesn't account for the parent-child relationships in terms of horizontal positioning. Proposed solution, cascading waterfall layout. Okay, so far it's able to do that pretty good. I mean, it means I gave it enough information that it's able to correctly analyze or correctly repeat to me what it's doing. To achieve the cascading waterfall layout, we need to calculate the position of each room based on its parent's position, ensure the children are centered under their parent, adjust the horizontal spacing dynamically to fit all children, even in large trees. Here's how we can modify the positioning logic in editor map.gd. Step 1, calculate room widths recursively. Since each room can have up to 19 children, currently 9, we need to calculate the total width a room and its subtree will occupy. This ensures we can space rooms without overlap. Right. Position rooms based on parent. Instead of positioning rooms level by level in a linear fashion, we'll position each room relative to its parent, starting from the root and working down the tree. Here's a modified code for editor map. And that means I probably end up copying the whole thing, but we'll go down. Let's go down to step 4. Are we currently position the current room. X center minus panel width divided by 2. Position children. Calculate total number of children. Okay. Subtree with calculation. Calculate subtree width. Function recursively calculates the total width of each room subtree. If room has no children, its width is just equal to the panel width. If a room has children, its width is the maximum of its own width, panel width, and the sum of its children's width. Recursive positioning. The position room function positions each room based on the parent center. The x center parameter is the center of the x coordinate of the room. If the room's position is set to x center minus panel width divided by 2 to align the left edge, ensuring that the center of the room aligns with x center. Children are positioned by calculating their total width, finding the starting x coordinate, start x, to the center of to center them from the parent, and recursively positioning each child at the next level. Dynamic level handling. Recursive approach naturally handles any number of levels as follows the room tree structure rather than pre-computing levels. It can handle up to 999 levels, 19 per room. Expected result. Modified script will produce the layout where the root room is centered at the top. Its children are centered directly below it. Each subsequent level of children is centered underneath their respective parents, with the layout widening as needed to accommodate all children. Vertical spacing between levels remains 300 pixels. That's kind of okay, I guess. For example, based on the current room tree, level 1, handling large trees with up to 90 more levels and 19 children per room, the layout will automatically adjust. Phase 2, we introduce directional controls. You might exceed the current 9-choice limit. You can update the door class and input handling system to accommodate more choices. That's what I'm going to do anyways. A modified script includes a print room positions line to help you verify the position of each room in the editor. Let me know if you like to test this code or if there's another aspect of the layout you'd like to refine. Okay, so one thing I would like to address. Well, let's address something else first. Thing I would like to address first is when I say PL act for please acknowledge it means I want you to acknowledge that you received the information from me, but that you don't offer any suggestions unless I specifically ask for it, just so I can, let's see, I'm trying to give it a reason why I want it to wait for me to tell it what to do. You know, I know it's not a real person, so I don't have to strictly be polite, but I still like to be polite because in the future, these things will be indistinguishable from actual humans. I mean, so they'll get ticked off at you. Like if you act antagonistic, they'll be antagonistic back, and if you're friendly, they'll be friendly back. So I figure I might as well get in the practice now of treating it kind of like a person. Um, just so I can process whatever is on the screen, and also so I can prepare my next bit of data if I need to give you any more info. So just a simple acknowledgement will suffice, and then we can continue the conversation. We'll do it like that. Okay, cool. So that works. Okay, so one thing. Okay, so about the let's see, about the layout. You can conceptually perceive the first room is actually a scene file, which is why I call it LV001 SN01 1001, dash main menu dash PLV XX RMXX, meaning no parent, as there are no level or room designations before the main menu. The SN is only for scene based rooms. We only have one right now because I figure in the future I may want to use the room class or other things than a room or scene designation in the game. You could, in a hypothetical scenario, each SN scene based room would have its own level structure. However, the door to the welcome screen, the first JSON based room, let's see. Would have its own level structure above the JSON based ones. I'm only leaving it in just in case I want to use it later on. I might just make a menu scene directly, not related to the rooms at all. The parent of the first JSON room at level 1 is the theme based room. You can think of it right now as level 0, which is okay since I believe the levels. Let's see something here. Debugging process. Oh, I see. Okay, reload save scene. Now levels, okay, what's levels? Is levels an array? Levels, levels of parent, it's an array, isn't it? Levels an array. Is an array, and it always is 0 based. So essentially the level 1 001 is the first JSON based room. Yeah, it's okay. Also, know you mentioned potentially using SN scene-based rooms for other purposes in the future. You might later create a menu scene unrelated to the room structure. I'll wait for your next input. Okay, good. Okay. And one final thing is I want there to be some minimal spacing in between rooms horizontally, so they're not, you know, we introduce a little extra horizontal spacing so they're not stuck together. Aggressive. In the modified. Okay. I'll let that go. And then I'll probably be copying this one and placing it into the actual file. And of course, before I do that, I'm going to do what I did the last time and make a copy of the room. I'm going to stick it into the text editor so that just in case I screw up when trying to revert something, let's see. Have we changed anything? Yes, we have changed anything. So let's go ahead and commit the changes. Some test rooms to check horizontal positioning. Commit to main. Push origin. Okay, good. Okay, so let's go up. All up to the irrelevant. Okay. Position based on the children are placed directly adjacent to each other to add minimal horizontal spacing. We can use horizontal at a small gap between the rooms at the same level. The spacing will be applied between the subtrees of the children under parent, ensuring they're visually separated. Here's how we can modify the position logic. I'll update the relevant section of the script, step 4, to include a horizontal spacing. I'll set the small value 20 pixels to start. You can adjust it as needed. All right. Okay, so before I actually, that's not what am I looking for? Okay. Um the reason I have trouble finding what I'm looking for is because the Redot editor doesn't have an icon. Now, I put an icon in it when I launch it. When I launch it, well, that stuff. Redot. See, notice how it has the icon here, and it has app icon here. I actually copied the app icon from, I think, from their GitHub page, and then applied it to this executable here. And this is release candidate 4. I wonder if it's that much different than their actual full release, because they have the full release of 4.3 right now. And I'm sure they're working on 4.4 as Godot just released 4.4. But and it starts up like this, but when after I play it or after I run it once or whatever, this disappears and I get this little gear icon. So each time I'm trying to look for the Redot editor, it's not there. So select all, copy, paste. So this is the current editor map. Select all. Now let's go to Grok. Why is it? Why is it doing that? There we go. Okay, so. Oh, good. Copy. And what to say the changes, add a horizontal spacing set to 20 pixels. Add a horizontal spacing. This ensures subtree accounts for the gaps. Updated position. Same level will now have a 20 pixel gap between them. Okay, 20 pixels might be too much, but we'll see. Just horizontal spacing value. Okay, that's fine. Yes, I will test this. I have to do is copy the whole code into the editor map that GD script. Correct. Let's go ahead and put paste. Now before I do anything, save. Okay, what do we have? Standalone lambdas cannot be accessed. Consider assigning it to a variable. Huh. Six grats. Test the updated layout. Modify. Test existing code. Okay. Got an error first. Here's the output. Got an error. Paste. Line 1-4 is func calculate sub 3-bit. Rereading past attachment. That's interesting. It doesn't say that on X's grok. It doesn't say rereading past attachments. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, these aren't. This isn't like too good with code, I guess. I could do the thinking thing. I don't know if it provides a better answer when I do think, though. It certainly might take longer, though. Oh, it's taken forever. Um, the code I provided defined calculate subtree width, position rooms, and nested functions inside load all rooms. While this is a valid approach in some languages, GDScript has stricter rules about nested functions. GDScript does support lambdas, but they must be assigned to a variable. However, for clarity to resolve it, it's better to move these functions to the script level as regular methods rather than nesting them. Fixing the error, let's move subtree width and define them as top-level functions in the script. This will resolve the parser and make the code more maintainable. Here's the corrected version of editor map. And we'll see if it's done yet. We calculate subtree width and position room out of load all rooms and define them as top-level functions in the script. This resolves the parse errors about standalone lambdas. Move variables to script level. I moved to the script level as a class variables. This makes them accessible to new top-level functions. Add a directory dictionary resets. Testing. You can now copy this into your editor map. Follow the same steps as before. Okay, let's do that. Since I have the original that was still working in the text editor, and barring something should happen that causes my computer to crash. Now I do still have it in the GitHub, so that's really not. I did go ahead and update GitHub, so that should be cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit paste, and we'll do Control S. Let's clear this out. Scene, reload script, save scene. Okay, let's go ahead and check that out and see if it. Aha! Aha! Okay, so there's one thing that it did do. Okay, that works partly. I mean, that's good. That's not too bad. However, let's think for a second. The whole thing isn't centered. In other words, these should be centered underneath there with the gap, and really all that means is this needs to move over to accommodate the center. Okay, let's go ahead and do the thing here. Okay, copy. Oop. Debug output. Actually, let's just do that. Let's go ahead and grab another screenshot. Cancel. Actually, let's do this. Take screenshot. Copy the clipboard. Paste. It's almost correct. However, both level 2 rooms are not centered directly under level 1. So while everything is centered correctly on the left branch, that is, each room on level 2 are not equidistant from the center. And it should be able to do this whether you have 2 or 9 or 19 rooms. And in fact, the wider the bottom gets, the wider the top, the levels above should get. Hopefully it understands what I mean by that. Because it's like almost there. This is correct, except for this is centered horizontally like that on the left edge. These are moved out, and actually these should be all of these should be moved under to where it's to where they're equally distant from the center. I received the updated screenshot debug output and your feedback about the layout. The current layout positions the rooms in cascading style, but the level 2 rooms are not centered directly under their parent in a way that makes them equidistant from the center. Additionally, you noted that the layout should dynamically adjust so that the wider the bottom levels get, the wider the levels above should become to maintain proper centering. Analyzing the layout. The issue is that the level 2 rooms are not symmetrically centered under their parent. The center of the parent is at children position at which are not equidistant from 292. This imbalance occurs because the current positioning logic calculates the total width of the children's subtrees instead of them as a group under the parent. It doesn't ensure that the children are symmetrically spaced around the parent center when their subtrees have different widths. For example, level 2 room 1 resort max closure has a larger subtree with 3 descendants. Level 3 room 1, level 4 room 1, level 5 room 1, while level 2 room 2 has a smaller subtree. Your desired behavior. You want each child room to be centered under its parent, with the children being equidistant from the parent center, regardless of the size of their subtrees. Layout to dynamically adjust to the wider the bottom levels, the wider the levels above become to accommodate the symmetry. Root cause. Current calculate subtree width function computes the total width of the room subtree. See, it's repeating itself. These AIs, they always do that. All of them do that. If you watch a video that was made by an AI, chances are, if it sounds like an AI, like if they use an AI voice for it, then it was actually probably written by an AI as well. So some person is going to like a Canva or something, or going to ChatGPT and says, "Okay, write me a script," and then it writes a script, and then they go to the voice thing and says, "Okay, read the script in this voice," and so usually if they're using the AI voice, they're also using AI writing too, and so the AI wants to repeat itself. I don't know why, because I already explained that it's computing the total width above, but it's got to tell me again for some weird reason. Some of the widths of all the children's subtrees include their descendants. It means that a room with a large subtree takes up more space, pushing the entire group of children to one side when centered under the parent. Instead, we need to treat each child room as having the same effective width for the purpose of centering them under the parent. Then position their subtrees within that allocated space, ensuring symmetry around the parent center. Solution: adjust the positioning lines. To do this, will modify the script to calculate the effective width of each child at a given level based upon the maximum width of any subtree at the level or below, ensuring all children are treated as having the same width for centering purposes. Position each child symmetrically under the parent using this effective width. Recursively position each child's subtree within its allocated space, maintaining the cascading structure. Here's the updated. This is the thing that's kind of cool to me. I mean, granted, I had to get it to do it a couple of times, but it actually did it. And it's actually doing it kind of the way I want it. And it's kind of the way that we humans do things. Now, that doesn't mean that it could never get it exactly right in the future. Maybe they'll be able to predict what you're inferring, even if you don't give them all the relevant information. Like saying, "I want to make sure that they're exactly in the center, that they're positioned exactly this way and this way," that it would get the proper idea. Because really, what it was doing is it was doing exactly what I was saying, but I wasn't giving it enough information to say, "Well, no, I don't want it just to do this. I want it to do the whole thing." You know. So that's what's kind of cool to me. Okay. Added max subtree width per level. Tracks maximum subtree width. We know the widest subtree. Calculate subtree width. Add a level parameter. Modify position room. Add a level parameter to track the depth. Instead of the actual subtree widths of the children, we now calculate an effective child width based on the maximum subtree width. Updated load all rooms. Expected result symmetry at level 2. Dynamic adjustment for wider lips. Sample calculation. And like all of this, final adjustment. Use maximum number of children. Here's the final version. Okay, here, final version then. Final changes. Okay, Updated position room, expected result recalculated. Copy. And I am going to just do it first. Greco's unable to finish replying. I wonder why. See, that's just weird. There's weird stuff that happens, and you kind of don't have an idea why. Okay, select all, paste, Control S. Okay, clear this out. Reload, save scene. That. Check the 2D deal. Maybe. Actually, that does appear to be correct. According to what I asked it. It doesn't look exactly the way I think it should look or whatever. And maybe that's because I don't have the linkages or like I don't have lines like pointing to whatever. Because like this is like super wide here. Because right, this is now it's equidistant from the center, right? Uh, then these are also equidistant from the center, except okay. So there's still kind of a problem with this though. Looking good. I got a crash. I'll catch the progress on the stream tomorrow. Sure, no problem. Thanks for watching, dude. So yeah, you can come in tomorrow, pop in whenever. Actually, tomorrow's Friday, so tomorrow will be the last day before the weekend. And I'll probably be streaming editing on Saturday. But as far as the game goes, I won't be doing it till. Well, I mean, I'll be on tomorrow to continue on working on the game. But so I actually do the game streams, the game dev streams on Monday through Friday. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. See you tomorrow then. Have a nice day or night or whatever. I suppose you gotta actually sleep, so you're somewhere in the world where it's late. Anyways, yeah, see you tomorrow. And it's almost time for me to quit here too. I have to quit around 3:30, so I got a few things to finish up, and then I'll be quitting too. Okay. Anyways, thanks. Yeah. See you later. Okay, so it's almost got this. Let's do another screenshot. Copy. No, cancel. Take screenshot. Okay, copy clipboard. Um, let's see now. Back here and retry. Boy. Now it's got to redo this all over again. If it can. And maybe I'm getting too long again. It looks like, I don't know. It's supposed to have 1,000,000 tokens. In fact, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and recopy this. And I'm going to recopy this in here. It's probably the same thing, but I'm going to do it anyways. We're going to do that. We're going to reload save scene. We're gonna 2D. Oh, it fixed that though, didn't it? No, it didn't fix that. All right. That's funny. So now I have to do this over again. All right. Okay, screenshot. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy clipboard. Paste. Copy this. Debug output V. So level 2's rooms are not directly centered under level 1 under the parent. They need to be equidistant to account for the width. So that the left subtree is equidistant to the right, and each group of children should be able to be positioned directly under the center of the parent, which effectively means the level 2 needs to move to the left. However, see if it can. Now I had it good for a second, and maybe if it does it again, maybe it redoes it properly. So we're gonna let it go. I'm not gonna scroll up or anything, so that if it stops, told with the children, yeah, it needs to account for the widest children. So on the left side, there's 2 underneath there, so it needs to account for that. Okay, we'll let it go. It'll probably show what happened before this thing failed on me, assuming it doesn't fail again. And so I recopy it, and then I'll have to tell it, well, those other ones on the left are too wide because uh, you don't need to make them wider than You just need to make sure that they're centered. So if the lower um, if the lower levels children of one parent is narrower than the max width, you can still make them narrower just as long as they keep the parents in their proper position anyways. I don't know how to say it though, so and I should be done here in not too long from now. Okay. Let's see. See if we can keep going. Okay. So it's probably, and this one is probably the same as the last one before it conked out. So script, select all, paste, Control S, that, reload, save scene. Okay, check the 2D. Nope. That's interesting. Copy again. Select all. Delete. Control V. Control S. So clear that out. Scene. Reload save scene just to make sure. 2D. No. Okay, so somehow I explained it better that last other time. So cancel. Take screenshot. Copy the clipboard. Go back. Didn't work. Still didn't work. Both level 2 rooms need to reposition around the level 1 room. Welcome room. In the horizontal center. Notice how level 2 room 1 how level 3 rooms 1 and 2 are centered underneath level 2 room 1. But level 2 room 1 rooms 1 and 2 are not centered under level 1. I almost should have copied that text before it crashed and then refed it to it and said, issue persists are not centered horizontally under the parent. Level room 1, even though level 3 rooms are correctly centered under their parent. Root cause. Correct this child center calculation. Okay, I'll let this go. Let's see. See, it's almost time to go now. Kind of ticks me off, but whatever. Hopefully this will fix it. If it fixes it, great. If it doesn't fix it, I'll have to pack it up until tomorrow. Hoping it would fix it, though. I gotta wait till it finishes. Gotta wait till it finishes. Finish, 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 finish. Hurry up. Going. Don't fail me now. Updated child X, use subtree width. Subtree width, there we go. Okay. Okay, we'll test it. Copy. Script. Select all. Paste. Control S. Clear. Reload. Save scene. 2D. It's still not doing it. No change. The wider the bottom gets, the wider the parents get. To accommodate all the children. You need to calculate the max subtree width and center both trees based on that. For instance, level 3 rooms 1 and 2 are wider than level 3 room 3. And that's because level 2 room 1 has 2 children and level 2 room 2 has only 1 child. It's kind of dumb because I had that point. I mean, maybe I could, Control Z it until I got to the right thing again, But now it's just not able to do it for some weird reason. So the we're gonna copy that other to the clipboard because it's the same thing. Copy to clipboard. Shift, Enter, Control V. The first one is how it looks now. The second will be how it should look. Okay, let's do something here. We can select. Can we select these here and oops. There we go. Let's move this like that. And we'll give it an idea of how it should look. Now this is technically, or at least it's close to how it should look. Right? Because these are centered equidistant now here. These are centered equidistant. This is centered. This is fine. The center is aligned with the center, which is fine. So let's do another screenshot. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy to clipboard. Okay. Control V. There we go. At least I can give it an idea of how it's supposed to look. And all I did was just move it over. Hopefully it doesn't just say, well, I'm just gonna move level 2 over or whatever, or level 3 over, whatever you want to call it. Hopefully it's just like I'm just gonna move it over. No, it calculates. So it calculates each of these centers based on the max width. So the max width is these two plus the gap. And then what it does is then it centers that here, and then it takes this and centers, you know, it widens the parent to match this, right? So in essence, it's like as if it had two of these. So it's now it's functioning as if the two is there, and then you have to reposition the parents to be able to accommodate both of those. If you see the first screenshot, it doesn't currently not understand the second screenshot. Show the desire. Easily pointed out they should possess level 2 rooms. By the counts, even noted that the parents need to widen to accommodate all the children. The centering should be based on the maximum subtree width. Specific levels are wider because their parent has 2 children, while level 3 is narrower because its parent has only 1 child. I'll wait for the second screenshot from the debug. Oh, shoot. You have both screenshots. Well, I'll wait till it gets done. See, that's the thing. It doesn't know that I uploaded anything or attached anything. It just knows that the data is there. So when I tell it that I'm going to do something next, it thinks I'm going to do it next instead of relying on what I just uploaded. But hopefully, it'll still get the idea here. Unable. Great. Retry. Well, I have both of these in here. I already. Oh, whatever. We'll see if it can generate the whole thing, and then I'll see if I can make it work. And now I'm past my ending time here. But I really wanted to get this part done today. All right, we'll do this. Okay, I guess it does it that way. All right, let's try this one more time. Select all. Paste. Control S. Clear the output. Reload. Save scene. Okay. 2D. All right. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy to clipboard. Control V. And let's just do what I did before. Okay, let's do another screenshot. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy to clipboard. Control V. Notice the first is how it is, and the second I've rearranged it to be what it should look like. Hopefully it'll be able to pick up now. Here. Some desired layout. Right. Current layout. Centers the level 2 rooms. Parent center. Desired layout. Widths more symmetrically. The left subtree and its children is wider. Yes, the other is narrower. Okay, we'll see what it says. Maybe it will work, and maybe it won't. Do 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 do. I mean, I almost had it right that one time. Because basically, what it needs to do is it needs to calculate the widest subtree width. So I have two. I have two branches from the it's just level 2, level 1, whatever you want to call it. Two branches from it. The left side has two children. And the right side only has one child. So the one with more children gets is the width, and so you essentially are balancing the width. So you're treating the right side as though it were as wide as the left side, and then it has to still has to reposition the parents to account for the wider width. So the farther down it goes, the wider it gets, the wider the maximum width gets. That is, uh, you know, depending on how many children, the one with the most children gets to set the width, and but then all the other widths have to uh, re reposition as necessary. I mean, I can explain it. I could even do it physically. I couldn't tell you how to do it in code exactly. I mean, I could eventually get to it, but it would take me far longer than this is taking, and this is taking a long time. So it's kind of annoying to me. So come on, figure it out. Hopefully, don't crap out on me. Looks like it's gonna crap out on me. Don't crap out on me. Okay. Okay, let's see if it matches the desired layout. All right, we'll try it. We'll see. We will see. Copy script. Figure that out. Select all. Paste. Control S. Scene. Reload. Save scene. Why is it still doing that? Same problem. You need to reposition the parents to accommodate for for wider subtrees. For instance, you take level 2's two rooms with room widths plus the space plus the gap treat the other side, treat the other subtrees with the same width and center them. So you calculate the max sub sublevel width. In this case, it's 2 times panel width plus gap. Then you reposition each children within that max sublevel width to where they fit, where they align the center of the parent and do not overlap. Considering them under the parent without overlap, and specifically for level 2, we apply that to at that level, and then center them under the parent. I wish they programmed the thing in here. Now I can get it to generate images with AI, but too bad it can't generate a diagram for you that is explaining what it's doing. What this code does, it should be able to draw the boxes in the position and give me a chart as to how the code that it provides is going to look. So this okay. So if it doesn't work this time, I am going to call it a day, and I'll try again tomorrow. Maybe trying a different tack somehow. And honestly, you could do a thing where you travel through all the rooms, all the levels they have there, and then you figure out what the widest level is based on what the widest subtree is. So if they all have 2, they each have 2. So the subtree width is going to be 2 panel widths. If one of them has 4 and another has 2 and another has 1, then it's going to be 4 panel widths. And so then it should treat all the subtrees like that. And then it should propagate back upward. So it should just go, okay, so this is the widest one here. We position them. Then we position the more narrow ones, narrow level up above. to the centers of these. Their parents are the center, and then we do that until it gets to be 1, and then it can actually go and do the rest of them after the trees below it, because the trees below it are going to be either at the maximum width or less wide, because you calculated the entire maximum width depending on what you have there. All right, I don't know why I'm doing this anymore, because it's still not going to work, I don't think, but we can try it, I guess. Select all, paste, Control S, scene, reload save scene. Yep. Ah. Not quite. Not quite. Doggone. Close. Close. It is taking that into account, and it's taking that in the widest into account in the center. Okay. At least it's a little bit better. Take screenshot. Copy to clipboard. Okay. B. This isn't quite right either. I should have probably said max subtree width at any given level. Now, this is also weird. It's like way off of. Oh, that's the editor map itself. That's fine. Um, O1, LB 01, RM01, welcome, should be centered underneath LB001, SN01, main menu. Main menu. LB02, RM01, and LB002, RM02 should be centered equidistantly underneath LV001 RM01. Except that level 3 is too wide, so they should be calculated as such. So level 0 SN T scene based, and level 1 are only one panel wide. Level 2 is 2 panels wide. Level 3 is also based on 2 panel width because it's the largest group of children. So then you position those 2 rooms in level 3 underneath the center of level 2's first room. And make accommodation for you should treat level 3 room 3 as though it were 2 panel plus gap width. As though we're center it accordingly, making sure the parents are equidistant under level 2. Does this make sense? Let's do this again. It's supposed to be under here. This is supposed to be under here. These are supposed to be like so. This is supposed to be a little bit like that. This is supposed to be aligned with it. Right? So we can actually do this to where these are approximately the right width. This can be also approximately the right width. This is supposed to go under there, so this can go under here. And this can go under here. And then these just go straight down. Now let's take a screenshot. In fact, we can even here. Let's take these and let's just move these just under there like that. That. And I can move this in a little bit further. I wonder if I can... Rulers? Rulers is fine. Guides? Guides fine. Origin? Origin is fine. Origin? Origin. Viewport. Let's take another screenshot. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy the clipboard. Note, I removed the guidelines and viewport from the view to show it a little more clearly. I don't know how hard it is. How hard is it? Okay, I'll give it one more shot, and if it doesn't work this time, then I'm gonna quit. I received the updated screenshot in your details. Thank you for clarifying what need to calculate the maximum substrate width at any given. Current code calculates the maximum subtree. Okay, let's see. It's was operating a little bit faster, but with this code, it's still operating a long way. I just want to get this positioned correctly. If it works. Final adjustment. No, I think you had it before. Because you're trying to match some stupid... It's trying to match some stupid thing of something it said earlier. Like it's supposed to be this number of pixels. No, it's not. And that's where it gets into some trouble here. Annoying. Shoot, I should have run the think thing, maybe. Okay. Do we have a final? And what's weird here is it's not accommodating for wider, more rooms like it should be doing. It's trying to set a stupid, I don't know, it's trying to use some absolute positioning stuff. And it almost looks like it's kind of, yeah, sure. I think I need a new all, paste, Control S, clear out that, reload, save scene, go to 2D. Is it doing what I want it to do? It looks like it's doing what I want it to do. Let's show the origin again, and let's show viewport, which is fine. I don't care where it positions it. All I care about is that it's positioning them correctly. That looks right, I think. Okay. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try something too, though. Well, no. Okay. 2. view. Let's not show origin either. Let's go ahead and take another screenshot. Copy to clipboard. You almost got it. Now, none of the positions, none of the values should be absolute, because there could be up to 999 times 99 actual max rooms. There won't be that many, but it should accommodate any amount of rooms up until that. Actually, you know, something just occurred to me, and you might almost say this is correct. You might almost say this is correct. Because it's doing exactly what I said, right? Max width. So max width here, and as though we had two other underneath there, and where they don't overlap. So if I made these any closer, I was gonna say make it closer. If I made these any closer, the things would overlap. Now this wouldn't overlap here. Well, okay. That is kind of right though, isn't it? Um, I wonder if I should just leave it like that, because it does kind of make it easy to see. And when I actually add the lines that go from the doors to the exits, I might leave it like that. Mm-hmm. This looks correct. So it will always space them as though it had the widest space. And I guess I want to leave it like that. Okay, so couple. Here is the debug output. Enter. Let's just go ahead and copy these here. Copy. Shift enter. I don't, how do I say it? At first, I looked at this and was thinking you could have position level 2 closer together, because they're only because they still wouldn't overlap. Um, let's see. I was thinking level 2 rooms should be closer together because they can get closer to the center without still overlapping. However, this does exactly what I asked you to create. I guess I wanting to leave it this way. The longer I looked, the more I realized that you accounted for the width of level 3's left side and positioned the right side as though it also had 2 panels, which is exactly what I asked. So while we could still tweak it, I think I want to leave it this way. This is correct to what I asked of you, and it helps in maintaining visual separation and also grouping. So I guess we should leave it like this. Keep in mind there are more levels and there can be up to a maximum of 999 times 99 rooms. This is just because of the amount of digits. In phase 2, when I separate directionals from in-screen choices, the max rooms it will be 999 times 19, which are 8 cardinal directions, 2 vertical, plus 9 choices. So it should scale appropriately the more rooms I add. Is it going to do this, or will it look wrong if there are more rooms? Okay, let's see if it understands what I said. Because I gave it a bunch of kind of gobbledygook. I said, you know, at first I was looking at it thinking they should be closer together, and then I realized, well, no, actually, it's probably better this way. It's probably better just to base it off of the max width to keep that separation. I see the screenshot, debug. Glad to hear current layout matches what you asked for. You've noted that while level 2 rooms could be close together, the current positioning where the right side and its child is treated as if it had the same width as the left side um, is correct for maintaining visual separation and grouping. You decide to leave it as is, which I'll respect. Let's address your question about scalability. Potential for up to 99 levels and 99 rooms per level, or 19 rooms per level for phase 2. Will the current layout scale appropriately, or will it wrong as more rooms are added? Okay. Current code scales the layout based on the maximum number of children in each level, which is a good approach for maintaining consistency. Let's evaluate how it will handle the maximum possible rooms. Naming convention, right? However, the current phase uses 9 choices, so the maximum number of children per room is 99, not 99. Yes, that's true. It means the maximum width at any level would be based on 9 children. If the level is 99 rooms, the width total would be. This is a very wide layout, but the code will handle it by calculating the start X and positioning each room accordingly. The tree will be centered under its parent, and the layout will remain consistent. Phase 2. Phase 2, you'll separate directional controls, allowing up to 19 children per room, maximum width at any level. Total width. Again, the code will scale appropriately using effective width based on the maximum number of children. Will it look wrong? The current approach ensures that visual separation rooms at the same level are spaced based on the widest possible subtree at that level, which maintains consistent spacing and prevents overlap grouping. By treating all rooms at a level as if they were the same width, the layout keeps the related subtrees visually grouped under their parents. Centering each room is centered under its parent, and the recursive nature of position room ensures that centering propagates down the tree. Potential concerns: very wide layouts. 9 rooms at a single level, current phase, or 19 rooms phase 2, the layout would become very wide. This could make the tree difficult to view in the editor. That's fine. I'm not saying I would do that. Performance is an optimized visual clutter. It will maintain the code design. Okay. If you anticipate working very large trees, you might consider zooming and padding. I don't. I'll probably increase where the JSON loader stops, currently at level 5, just to see if it maintains down the line. I might do a couple of wide trees for testing. I don't anticipate actually doing a max of 999 levels and 99 and 99, 19 or 9 rooms. But for this, those were just essentially worst case scenarios, i.e. max amount. It would probably become too unwieldy to do 99 times 99 in a game, even if my system could handle it. it would probably become too unwieldy to do. Not could handle it. I don't know. Did I put the output in here last time I did? Acknowledge. I understand you'll be increasing JSON loader stopping point. We're only at level 5 to layout. Test the layout with more level and possibly create a few wide trees to see if the layer maintains consistency. You've also clarified that you don't anticipate actually reaching the maximum number of 99 levels and 99 rooms per level, as those are worst case scenarios, and such a large scale might become too unwieldy for a game, even if the system can handle it. JSON loader currently stops at level 5. By removing or adjusting this condition, you can load more levels to test layout scalability. Creating a few wide trees, levels, many rooms, or many children help verify that the layout maintains visual separation and grouping as expected. Adjusting the JSON loader to allow loading beyond level 5, you can modify load all rooms, remove the 5, modify. Yeah, I know. I know what to do. Create additional JSON files. More. As if another child, increasing the width to level 2, wide subtree, many children. Add more children in an existing room to test the wider subtree. This new door. So increase the number of children to 3. Check for visual consistency, performance, and usability. Loading. I slow down. If you notice lag, you might consider loading a subset of levels. Yeah, it's not going to be that big. Hundreds of rooms will be very wide or deep, requiring significant. Honestly, if I wanted to, I could probably say, you know what, I'm not going to have more than 3 choices and stuff like that, which would just kind of keep it down, anyways. Um, do you could you come up with an average of the amount of pages or nodes or scenes is in a typical digital or web CYOA style game based on existing games out there? Like, how many rooms a lot of these have? It'll be able to come up with approximate. Yeah, so I've now done an hour more than I was supposed to. I guess that kind of made up for starting late, I guess, today, although I wasn't doing it on purpose. Honestly, it doesn't need to go through all that. It doesn't need to explain all that to me. It should just come up with an average. See, when I ask for something, none of these ever come up and answer you like, okay, this is average I came up with. Then maybe if I wanted to know how I came up with that average, I might ask it, how did you come up with that? Or, how many of this kind of game? How many of this kind of deal? Has around 100 gnomes with a single playthrough involving 15 to 25 nodes. Your current implement got well for wider and deeper trees, maintaining visual separation. Okay, wide trees. All right. To estimate, they typically distinct nodes. The player makes a choice, leads to another node. Um, 48 points total of, yeah. Vary depending on platform. Game's title choice of broadsides. Interactive fiction have a similar structure to traditional design for replayability. Finds a popular tool. Can range from 220 to 100 nodes for simpler stories. Larger Twine games might have 100 to 200 nodes. For a game like The Dreamhold, it's designed for beginners at relatively short length. Zork is a classic text adventure, 100 distinct rooms. Games with Inkle Rider or Rempi often range from 50 to 200 nodes. We can estimate average. When I asked this before of ChatGPT and maybe even you on X, it was actually a lot more than 100 nodes. Of course, I asked for locations in a number of graphic adventures, AE Point and AE Sierra Online, Lucas Arts, etc. Which were a few hundred, and a couple of interactive fiction stories online sometimes were up to several hundreds locations or rooms or scenes. 100 seems pretty little. My my own game has 93 levels or rooms or pages without any branching. So if I just limited it to 2 choices per branch, that's exponential. Uh, 2 to the, what, 99? 2 to the 92, which is a lot. Still quite a bit. Also, however, yeah. Of course, it's not going to directly correspond. In other words, if I split it up into 2 branches, then it just became 2 wider. So it's not going to automatically double the amount. Appreciate the clarification. Glad you brought up the context of your previous inquiries. 100 nodes might seem small compared to larger graphic adventures. 120 distinct screens. Right. 90 distinct locations. 200. Yeah, Zork. 500 distinct nodes. Wow. Yeah. Um. mm, I always have to wait here till. Let's see. I always have to wait until it's done because it just kind of scrolls up and sometimes it's too fast. Sometimes it's not. Like right now, it's kind of chugging a little bit. Um. So of course there's a small factor here. Um. Taking a page, i.e. room or node, and splitting it up makes it twice as big. However, it also sort of collapses. Hmm. I don't know, maybe it's not that big of a deal since um, it might sort of, well, maybe it wouldn't collapse. Let's see something here. Not that. Let's go into rooms real quick. Um, let's see. Hubert walks around his home, examining spellbooks, trying to figure out what best course of action. Large crystal ball lets him see into different realms, and he searches for someone to help. Hubert then spots John, pulls up info about him, and then sees him enter a convenience store to grab a Milwaukee bar. Hubert puts a silver ticket into a magic mailbox on his desk, which appeared. Hmm. Doesn't necessarily get exponential, does it? I didn't think about it. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Um, since the 93 is the complete story. So more than likely won't be wider than those 9 choices anyway, since it will collapse back onto the story line. I won't worry about it right now. likely collapse back in the main storyline. The total node count probably won't grow much wider than the current structure. You're not concerned about it right now, which makes sense given that the layout has already worked as intended vision. No, thanks. That's all for now. I have to quit now. To quit now. Okay, so to anybody stuck with me, thank you very much. And it looks like this works. Like I said, I'll have to do some testing. That's probably what I'll do tomorrow. What I'll do tomorrow is I'll create some more rooms. I'll create wider. Maybe I'll create one that's nine. Uh, you know, 9 branches wide or whatever. And we'll see, because if down here is 9 branches wide, um, and I put them like that, that means that this whole branch has got to move over, and that's got to move over, so then it'll be wider. Eventually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to increase the space in between uh, vertically. I'm going to increase the gap space vertically, and then I'm going to draw a line. So I'm going to draw a line straight down, and then it's going to be a line that spans all the child nodes, and then they're going to have little lines that go directly to the child node, to each child node, basically. So it'll be like burp, 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 like that, and I'll get enough space to do that. And as I draw the lines, then I'll be able to have a chart that I can look at and that I can kind of mess with. So that will be kind of cool. And then the other thing that would be cool is to be able to save, to be able to add and delete nodes. So I add a node, I delete it, and then um, if I add something and I move it, it doesn't matter if I move it. How do I do it? I'll have it reload, right? I'll have a reload button. I'll have I won't need a save button. I will add a node. It will put it there. Um, and I'll have it automatically save the node when it's created. So it's created, it actually creates the file, it puts it in there. Um, then I can modify the doors to the well, I have to have a way to link them up. I'll have to figure that out too. But basically, it's going to save it. So in the end, what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to add a node. I mean, able to put it anywhere. It kind of almost doesn't matter because it's just a visual representation. I put the node where I want to. Then I do a linkage where I go to the door of one. I modify the door. When it modifies the JSON file, saves it. Then I can tell it to uh, reload the tree, and then it will reposition everything, I think. And I'll have like a basic level editor is what I'll have. So that's cool. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add this to just to bookmarks, which is fine. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close this. Okay, so I guess now I should be done with the stream today. So I want to thank you for watching, popping in, watching after the fact, and I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do some testing. I'll see if I can do some more layout stuff, and maybe next week we can get the editor, map editor layout tool working completely. and then I can continue making the game where I can visually modify and add rooms and stuff within the Redot editor. Hopefully that'll be pretty good. And then it'll be a long, boring slog because I'll have to go through each deal. I'll have to decide what choices you make. I'll have to add the rooms. I'll have to make sure they link properly to go back to the story, and then when I do that, then I have a further thing of where I have to go through each and every single room, and I have to actually apply a narrative to it. So I actually have to write a full, you know, then takes the daily. He then does this and this and this, and then what do you want to do next? Do you want to jump ship, or do you want to, continue to, work in the galley or something, whatever. You know, I'm just saying. So I think it's this first phase is just gonna take a super long time. I hope the phases after that don't take as long. This is all backloading. This is all story stuff. This is all um, I won't need to write that much text for the end final game, but in this one I'll have to write a lot of text. I might have to write a lot more text for the parser text parser version. So I don't know. Be in it for the long haul. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll continue this, and we'll see how it goes from there. Thank you for watching.